Yes, Ma, you can start now.
Yes, sir. When a new day begins, dare to smile gratefully. Nothing is impossible. The world itself says impossible. Keep your face always towards the sunshine, and shadows will fall behind you. A very pleasant morning to all. On behalf of Karpuram Institute of Technologies, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, along with ISTE chapter, feels immense pleasure in jointly organizing one day virtual faculty development program on blended and flipped mode of teaching. Teaching is the greatest act of optimism. Education is not the filling of a pot, but lighting a fire. We feel beyond pride in welcoming our today's research person, Dr. G. Jagannathan sir, for the session. Now I request Dr. S. Gopinath sir, Professor and Head, EC Department, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to one and all. On behalf of Karpuram Institute of Technology, the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, in association with IST chapter, jointly organizes one-day faculty development program on blended and flipped mode of teaching. I am very happy to welcome our today's resource person and chief guest, Dr. G. Janathanan, Head, Center for Curriculum Development, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chennai. Welcome you, sir. I welcome our beloved principal, Dr. T. Manimaran, and our beloved vice principal, Dr. T. Banu ma'am, and our dean, Dr. V.J. Arulkarthik sir, for this program. I also welcome all the participants and faculty members of the institution to avail the benefit from this program. Definitely, this program will be very useful for creating the innovative teaching models to inspire our students. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome. Education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. On behalf of the institution, I feel honored to invite our guest speaker, Dr. G. Janardhanan sir. Sir has completed his BE from College of Engineering, Gindi, Anna University, Chennai in 1999. And in 2001, Sir did his ME, followed by his PhD in University of Illinois, USA in 2008. Sir was the teaching associate of civil engineering, Anna University, during 2002 to 2005. From 2005 to 2008, Sir was research fellow in civil and material engineering University of Illinois at Chicago. From 2009 to 2012, he was the adjunct faculty in National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chennai. Currently, Sir is the Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering in National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chennai. I'm sincerely grateful for your part in our event, sir. Once again, we welcome you, sir. The session is yours now.
Good morning, and it's my pleasure to be a part of the wonderful FDP program and on a blended and flipped teaching. What exactly we mean by blended? Why we need to have the blended approach in the current day scenario? So if you observe, the teaching learning process got redefined after pandemic. Pandemic has thrown us a different perspective for us on teaching learning process, because before pandemic the perspective of us of teaching was entirely different. After pandemic our teaching was entirely transformed into a different genre. It is not something unique or something different which we started adopting to the change in the scenario. That is the only thing which we have to remember. In such situation, how the blended and flipped approach is going to pave the way for current generation learner. As you all remember, the prior learning will promote the new learning or sometimes hinder the new learning. In such situation, how the prior learning need to be structured? What are the ways and means through which the peer learning could be made it? So before starting the session, I need to take some survey from the participants. It is not as a part of getting the results. It is a part of how you have started adopting the certain aspects. Okay. So let me share the slide and let me give the participants a link, so which will facilitate them to this thing. Let me copy it and let me put it in the chat box. Okay, if the chat box is, because since it's a streaming, I can also provide a Menti. Menti, you have to go to menti.com with the code 28453161. I will just put it in the website. So now I'm just copying the thing.
Excuse me, sir. Your screen is not
Great.
shared.
Yes, I'm sharing, sir. I'm sharing.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just sharing the code. Okay, I'm just sharing the screen. Okay, so when you have started adopting ICT tools in the teaching process, is it before pandemic or is it during pandemic, or still you have not adopted the ICT tools? So I request the participants to go to menti.com, menti.com in the browser. I request the participants to click menti.com. And type the code 28453161 and then submit. The first question is whether you have used the, okay, one person has told during pandemic, one person has told before pandemic. I request the participants, is it visible, sir? Is it visible? Are the participants okay? I hope the participants are in the position to view my screen. I request the participants to just go to menti.com, click, use the code 28453161, sir. Only 2 members have participated. I don't know how many members are there in there. So are the participants are there? Hello, friends. Hello. Are you guys there? Okay, one more participant have told during pandemic. Okay, before pandemic, 4 people have answered. Before pandemic, 3 people. Sir, I am very much. I request the participants to kindly participate in the poll. I strongly believe learning depends upon the activity of the learners. It is not the product of teaching. The learner engagement plays an important role when you adopt the blended and flipped mode of teaching. Since even though it is streaming, so I have given a poll through menti.com. I request the participants. You are watching through internet. Without internet, you might not watch. Obviously, either in the phone or in the laptop, you might be watching. I request the participants to go to www.menti.com. MENTI. M for Madras, E for Elephant, N for Nancy, T for Tamil Nadu, I for India. Menti.com, COM. A screen appears. You just type the code. Code is 28453161. Once you have typed, the first question will appear. I request the participants to answer that question. When you have started adopting ICT tools in teaching process, is it before pandemic or during pandemic or never? So I request the participants to kindly participate in the poll. Only 7 people have told. Okay, when we have started adopting ICT tools in teaching process, predominantly the people have told during pandemic and before pandemic or equally. But somehow you have started. But no one is having the never button, because when we started this poll during the 2020 June month, we have seen never was more. But over a period, never was withering away. Now there is no never question. So it is a good. Now let me go to the next question. Let me go to the next question. So rate the list as per the importance in teaching learning process. Suppose if you want to adopt the blended approach or the flipped approach, there is some difference, subtle difference between blended and flipped. But blended is a major set and flipped is a subset of blended. So in that situation, the rate the importance. Is it learning environment is important, or learning material is important, or collaboration discussion is important, or assessment is important? Which is important, sir? Okay, some people have told, one person has answered learning environment is important. Second person has told collaboration, the second rating is collaboration discussion. Third is learning material, and fourth is assessment. This is what the trend of the people who were answering it came. The first question was answered by 7 participants. The second question only 4. Let me wait for some more people. It is good. Last time 7 people have answered. This time 8 people have answered. It is really great. Really great. Amazing, amazing. Really, I'm very happy. The first poll was only answered by 7 people, but at least second poll was number of people have increased the polling rate. Okay, fantastic, amazing, sir. So, if you observe, the predominantly the people have told the learning environment is important in the case of blended and flipped approach. Yes, of course, if the proper conducive environment is not there, the learning may not take place, especially when it comes to blended and flipped approach. By the term blended itself, we can understand we are going to take two or more proportion into the consideration. Blend, mixing. So you are going to mix two or more things in the teaching arena. What are two or more things which we are going to discuss? As you perfectly have pointed out, learning environment is important. Okay. Even if I have a learning environment, but if I am not collaborating and discussing with the students, they may not be in the position to follow my lecture or follow the live session. We have adopted several tools and techniques through which we can incorporate those aspects. Even if I have a collaboration and discussion, if I didn't have a proper learning material to ponder or to discuss or to deliberate, it is not going to serve the purpose. I might have a learning environment, I might discuss, I might have a wonderful state of art material, but if you didn't do the assessment at periodically, we may not be in the position to get the right product. The process defines the product, that you have to remember. The process defines the product. What way the process defines the product? Suppose if I am cooking some recipe at my home, in between I taste whether salt is perfect or chili powder is perfect or the sour is of a proper balance or the sweet is of optimum. Why I do such testing? Because the final product which I'm going to prepare need to be a perfect product. If the process is assessed appropriately, we can ensure the product is a perfect product. Similarly, assessment is one of the important criteria in the teaching and learning. Learning is predominantly determined based on the type of assessment what you are doing. If the assessment is not structured appropriately, learning may not be structured appropriately. So, learning environment, collaboration and discussion, learning material, and assessment. Amazingly, you guys have answered. Fantastic, fantastic. Let me go to the last question for the first. Suppose when you use LMS, what do you mean by LMS is learning management system, like Moodle, like Google Classroom. Google Classroom is not straight LMS, but it is a like a quasi LMS, like that we can have. Learning management system, a system which is going to get manage the learning, that is LMS. For example, Moodle, Canvas, Blackboard, Schoology, and to put it in a crude manner, Google Classroom. In such situation, what all the aspects you expect? I need to add my co-teacher in handling a subject. Okay, perfect. Or Managing a course calendar. I need to have a perfect calendar which need to get managed at ease. Managing the student enrollment and learning environment. Unified platform for uploading the content like Microsoft Teams. Assessment, where I should be in the position to conduct a pre-test and a post-test. It should help me in generating the report. It should facilitate me in discussion and announcement. So if it is there, it will be perfect. I request the participants to answer this third question and the last question of the set 1. Okay, 3 participants have answered. Four people have answered. Six people have told, but I was just a little bit. First question answered by 12 people. Second question, we had a good hike of 13 people have contributed, but the last question only 7, less than 50%. Because you have to remember, when we adopt anything, we call idea. Idea what we call innovation, which needs to have the development. But at the same time, it has to enhance and advancement in the program. 8 people have told, and predominantly the faculty members are selecting. I need to manage the students' enrollment and engagement. So enrollment if it is want to be maximized in the end, engagement in the courses is very, very important. How to go about it? How to go about it? We have to think. Engagement is very, very important in the case, in the place of enrollment. Ten people have answered. The previous question was 13. First question was 12. So obviously it should be either 13 or more than 13. If it is less than 13, there is some problem in engagement of the learners. Amazing, amazing. Only 10 people have told. I don't know what is the reason. Eleven people have told. Good, fantastic. Eleven people have told. Okay. Let me discuss. As I seen in the poll, the third question, the participants predominantly determined they want to know about the learner enrollment and learner engagement, which need to lead to the discussion as announcement. If the discussion announcement is also there, learner engagement is handled. And it is assessment and pre-test and post-test. As you all aware, the assessment plays an important role during the process and the product. What we call assessment during the process is assessment, and the measurement at the end we call it as an evaluation, because assessment plus value judgment becomes an evaluation. The pre and post test assessment plays an important role in gauging the learner's ability and learner's capability and to know whether they are in the position to achieve or not. That is very, very important. And the last aspect which they have told, unified platform for uploading the content. So these are the things which the participants have told based on the content, what we have understood. So in the case of a blended, as we all aware, in the case of the blended, what we have observed is the blended is nothing but combination of one or more thing. So now let us start the presentation. So before starting the presentation, because I don't know how many participants are listening and how many participants are there in the show also, we are not aware, but okay, let it be. So this is a two-part of sessions they have given to me, part 1 and part 2. The morning 10 to 12 we will be having, and afternoon we will be having the remaining part we will be having in the afternoon session. Afternoon session, I will try to help you to make the lesson planning and other aspects. Morning we will be focusing up to the design aspect. Okay, the learner engagement and everything. Okay, let me share the PPT. But only thing is, okay, where is the PPT? Okay, let me share the slides. Okay. I hope the participants are seeing the screen. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Visible.
Okay, okay. So the blended and flipped approach, is it doing things better or doing better things? So we have to observe what exactly it is there. Is it doing things better or doing better things? So let me plan accordingly. I will structure it because what way we could see the doing things better. So as usual in this lecture, the content expressed are purely my technical perspective. It does not represent the organization to which I am affiliated. So that is a disclaimer I am making it. So you need to remember, at present, we are adopting an education system which is known as an outcome-based education system. Outcome-based education system. When we call outcome-based education system, we have to remember what way it is, because in outcome-based education system, as Professor Spaddy has defined, the learning is fixed. Learning is fixed. Learning time varies. Learning is fixed. Learning time varies. So each learners are of a different genre. They are highly heterogeneous. The students, they might possess the big entry requirement, but the learning capability is entirely different. So in this situation, we have to observe the learning is fixed. The learning time varies. Learning is fixed. The learning time varies. So this pencil might take a little bit more time to reach when compared to this pencil. But this pencil takes still more time. So the learning is fixed, the learning time varies. How the individual difference need to be get acknowledged. How we have to accommodate the differentiated instruction. Differentiated instruction. You have to remember differentiated instruction. Is it possible for me to handle a differentiated instruction in the classroom scenario? If 60 students are there, when 60 students are there, how best I will be accommodating all these different learners? That is very, very important. So in such scenario, we have to understand the individual difference need to get acknowledged, and how we are going to get acknowledged. It all depends upon how we orchestrate the classroom scenario. So let us focus. As you all aware, the course content is defined by the university system. whether you are affiliated university or a state-bound university or deemed university, the course content is being provided by the curriculum development centers. Outcome is also already emphasized. Outcome is also listed in the course. So the only thing which we have control is effective design. How effectively I can design my instruction so that the course content is delivered and appropriate learning outcome is measured from the students. The course content need to get measured with the learning outcome. How it is possible? What are the ways and means through which we can design? So we already finished in the poll. So if you are observing, the lecture are not just boring, they are ineffective. Because previously lecture method is one of the predominantly used method which helped us to focus on the various aspects which we need to work in detail. How to work in detail we have to remember. So the lectures change in up to every 10 minutes. So we have to see how the active testing techniques, how it works out, what are the research studies. So everything we have to look into it. If you observe, the new study finds that undergraduate students in the class with the traditional standard delivery lectures, because how it works out, what all the active learning methods are available. Because previously when the teacher was delivering, so the entire classroom session was in the spectrum and they were listening. Maybe when we were students, at least 15 to 20 minutes, the attention time was at 30 minutes. But nowadays, the students are not in the position to be attentive more than 5 minutes, which you can witness in the WhatsApp messages itself. Suppose if the WhatsApp video is more than 4 minutes or 2 minutes, I just don't have a patience to watch it. If I have a videos of a 1 minute and 2 minutes, I'll be very happy to watch it. So in such situation, how to work on it, how to go about it. That is a big question mark which we have to answer it. Let us answer the scenarios. What are the ways which we can answer? How we can answer? Okay. So what are the ways which we can operate? So these might be some of the real-time witness which you might have seen in the classroom scenarios. This is during one of my visit to one of the very famous college in Hyderabad when I visited. So I had a chance to witness this thing. So how to go about it and what are the ways and means which I have to operate it. So when I've seen this college, they are NBA 6 years accredited. So when such scenario, the tables, when I looked into the table, so the scribblings was there. Scribbling were like anything. The scribbling were anything. It was there. And when I zoomed up the picture, I can see the scribbling of the tables. Whether the students did this during the classroom or after the class. The default answer is student did during the classroom. Why they should come and sit in the classroom after the class? It may not be in the problem. So in such scenario, how to go about it? The students have scribbled. You can see the wonderful scribbling. So there is some mismatch between the way in which we teach, the way in which the learner get engaged in the classroom. The learner engagement becomes a priority in our current day scenario. The participants are not getting engaged. In such situation, how to go about it. They are bored in the learning environment. They are bored in the learning environment. But the teaching learning scenario is a wonderful scenario where let us think the students are a smaller wheel, the teachers are the bigger wheel, but the bigger wheel need to work in a synchronized manner with a smaller wheel. We have to work in a synchronized manner. But how best I can work? Because if you see, among all the lyric player, lyricist, the poem writer in the movie, Wali, he even wrote song for MGR and even also he wrote a song for the latest young actor like Dhanush. He was always contemporary. So you have to read the pulse of the audience to stay in the market. 10 years before, when I started teaching in the Anna University as a TRA, later on I became a lecturer. The scenario of teaching learning was entirely different. When I went to University of Illinois, when I worked as a TA, there the scenario was entirely different. At present, when I am handling the MTech and PhD students, their perspective is entirely different. But as a teacher, as a researcher, I need to work in a synchronized mode with the current generation. How best I have to work on it, how to go about it. That is very, very important. So in educational institution, providing a knowledge is important task because it is going to fetch them a job. Ultimately, if you want to be a good teacher, your duty is not only to provide knowledge, the knowledge which will help them to seek a good job. But if your institution is not providing a good job, whether the students will get into the college? No. Because knowledge is directly proportional to the job, that is the formula still we adopt. But you can claim as a mandate of a teacher, it is to only to provide knowledge, it's not to provide the job. It is the students who should market themselves and get the job. That we can debate it. But how to go about it? That is very, very important. Providing a knowledge, providing the job. But the knowledge could be obtained either from digital learning space or physical learning space. Digital learning space or physical space. How to go about it? Digital learning space and physical space. So what are the ways and means which we can operate it and ways and means which we can work on it? Physical space and digital learning space. So the digital learning space is expanding. The physical space is shrinking. Previously, I used to come to the college to get a good knowledge because the teacher was the source of information. Library was a source of information. But nowadays, the knowledge is available everywhere. And the pandemic also thrown a different light to us. I can get a knowledge from anywhere, from any part of the world. Good survival for the fittest. The best teachers only can survive. So in such scenario, how to go about it? But we have to remember, are we doing old things in a new way or is it a new thing in a new way? Previously, the teachers were the knowledge provider. Still now the teachers is only the knowledge provider. But what way the role of teacher has changed? But we have to remember this is the most important time to be in the education. This is the most important time to take care about the education. This is the most important time to create impact in education. The knowledge society is directly going to play an important role in your GDP. Empowering the knowledge society, establishing the knowledge society, nurturing the knowledge society, enhancing the learning capability plays an important role for the country's national growth. So it is going to create a great impact about the education. So the National Education Policy 2020 in the draft document categorically told so So the technology in education, chapter 19 or chapter 23 in the final document categorically tells how we have to go about it. What are the ways and means through which we have to go about it? Very clearly written, very nicely has been stated. So when you want to deliver the technology, first thing is you have to prepare the teacher and develop them. When you're talking in terms of blended and flipped, it is not the question of genre of blended and flipped. I should teach them what exactly we mean by blended learning, how to use a technology. They should be in the position to use a technology. The second, to improve the teaching, learning, and evaluation process. Third, educational access to even to disadvantaged groups. So we have a testimony from the participants because one participant was physically challenged. He was not in the position to come to any upskilling program, but the Swayam and online programs of Government of India and the WIDDS made him to attend the online upskilling programs, which eventually led him for the promotion. He was so emotional. Even the disadvantaged group can gain advantage. And streamlining education planning, administration, and management. As a technology, how it facilitates me to plan, manage, and administrate. So you have to remember the blended and flipped approach. It is not about watching a video as a homework. It is not about educator making their own videos for learner to watch. What exactly then blended and flipped? Because in the blended and flipped, predominantly we think that students go to home and watch the video. You think he doesn't have any work at home? What is the main duty he's doing? Because sometimes I wonder the students are not studying in the college. After college, in the college days, these days they are going for a tuition. I wonder. They are going for mathematics, physics, and chemistry in the college. School days was also not there till only when 12th class I went for a special because my neighbor was taking a max, so I went. Otherwise, we never went for any tuition because we studied ourselves. But current day scenario, the students believe we have to go to the tuition to upgrade. Then what they are doing during the classroom hours? Are they not attentive? Is it not something which they have to relook the system? Why they have to do the same work twice? If they did at least once perfectly, there is no need for repeat the work. So how to go about it? That is a very big problem which we have to think about it. So together, let us explore what exactly the blended approach is. But we have to remember, in the present day scenario, the students are completely blindfolded in learning. Blindfolded in learning. They are completely blindfolded in learning. They are very much eager only towards a mark, not towards a knowledge. In such scenario, how to go about it? So, where is the key? The key is our teaching learning process. What are the challenges and what are the solutions? You have to remember, at present, we are focusing more on content-based education. Previously, 10 years before, okay, context was very less. At the time, we were having a different sources. But now, the resources are plenty, but we have to cull out between the right resources and the resources which mislead my for the basic intention. I'm not telling wrong in resources. I'm telling resources sometimes some resources are misleading without the help of facilitation of the teachers. So from the content-based education, we have to transform to the context-based education. What context this is used? I don't want to focus on content. I want to focus on context. How I have to focus on context? What is the need of focusing on context-based education? So as you all aware, learning is not the product of teaching. Learning is the product of the activity of the learners. Learning is the product of the activity of the learners. Learning is not the product of teaching. Learning is the product of the activity of the learners. How best we have to go? So we have to remember it is impossible to redesign a students to fit into a system, but we can redesign a system for students. But we can redesign a system for students. It is impossible to redesign students to fit into a system. But I can redesign a system for a student. You have to remember, I cannot change the students. Or I cannot redesign the students to fit into the what system I have. But I have to make a system which makes the learning comfortable, which makes the life comfortable. You remember, when you want to be a master in a subject, it is not acquiring a knowledge matters. It is a practicing the skills and applying at appropriate time matters a lot. And similarly, we have to remember when we want to work on it, it is not the question of acquiring the knowledge alone matters. It is a question of applying them, and it is the question of making the things perfect. That is very, very important. So when we adopt the blended or when we adopt any online teaching, we have to remember four important things before implementing. One is risk embracing. What do you mean by risk? The lot of resources are available over internet. Ekkachakama resources is available. But I need to provide a resources which is suitable for my students. I know the pulse of the students. I need to orchestrate. Otherwise, in terms of searching for the resources, acquiring the resources, the time which they are going to invest, it is going to wither away their energy unnecessarily. So I have to be very careful when I just focusing on the resources available. Second option is competition. There will need to be a cooperation and competition. How best I have to compete in the present day situation? How I need to cooperate with the competition? Third, exponential growth and thinking. Exponential growth and thinking. And fourth is thinking local. Thinking local. So how best I have to think local? Thinking local, I want to put it in a simple manner. Suppose if you are in Coimbatore, if you are in Coimbatore, if you are in Coimbatore, for example, McDonald's is there. Because if you go to McDonald's in any developed country, foreign country, you may not find a vegetarian item more, non-vegetarian item will be more. And even the French fries, they may not be appropriate for some people to take. But when it comes to India, they have a separate kitchen for veg and non-veg, separate side with the green color and red color. And they have Indian customized food, spicy paneer, McSpicy wrap, all those things are available, which is not available in the US market. So customizing the need based on the need of the people is very, very important when you even adopt online. Even when they take the English movies from internet, Hollywood, the satellite TVs like Sun TV and other TVs, they dubbed the movie and put it in the regional language. So that made us to realize Jackie Chan and other actors. But when we make our people local, I need to prepare them to meet the global standards. Suppose if I'm making some Krishna sweets is there in Coimbatore, if they want to make it to international level, send it to foreign country. I need to obtain a certificate of FSI, everything, so that it meets a requirement established by the global partnership. So the thinking local, it is one of the predominant scenario. That scenario, it will really be made possible to the students in the current day using the technology. Thinking local, it is useful. So there is a transition from physical to digital, but in this scenario transition, we are completely lost, confused, unclear, and perplexed. Everything we don't know what to do and how to do and how to go about it. We are completely confused. We don't know what to do and how about to go. So how to go about it? It is a very big problem which we have to work on it, and which we have to adopt it. That is a scenario. That is a scenario which we have to think it and how to go about it. That is also important aspect which we have to remember. So sometimes that we are happy with the way which the goats have climbed, but we don't know how it has climbed. But still, we have to admire the capability of the goats to climb upstairs. You remember, it is very randomly it is climbed and it is standing there. Current reality you have to admire, because in 2005 when Pope Benedict, when he was delivering a lecture, everyone were prayerfully listening to the lecture, deeply, badly. But 2013, when Pope Francis was making a lecture, everyone were listening deeply, madly. But they also wanted to take a photograph of it or video record of it. You can observe whenever the God procession is there in the road, previously we all worship like this. Nowadays we all worship like this. You remember we try to take a picture. That is the way which we make. So, which is very, very possible and which we can make it. So, but even the millennials think that technology is a natural part of the environment. When the millennials assume technology is a natural part of the environment, it is the right time for us to adopt a blended and flipped approach. It is the right time for us to adopt a blended and flipped approach. How to go about it? So there exists a digital divide, digital immigrants and digital natives. How to go about it? Because it is impossible to predict the future with great accuracy. It is very, very impossible to predict the future with great accuracy because we don't know what is going to happen in the future, but still we have to operate upon it. So when that's a scenario, as a teacher, we should remember we are not walking on the path of rosy bed. We are trying to walk on the difficult path so that our students' learning path is comfortable. I am still walking in a difficult path. I am walking in a difficult path, which is not that much this thing. I am learning a technology. I am upgrading myself, upskilling. But why I am doing all those things, blended and flipped, all those new things? I want to make my students to learn in a comfortable manner. I want my students to learn in a comfortable manner. That is it. So they learn, teach with technology the way students live with technology. How to go about it. So they tap the energy, the students bring it to the class because they are all highly dynamic and we have to tap the energy. And what way? What is the next step for you? What next step for you is we have to think big. We don't have a choice whether we do use ICT. The question is how well we do it. How well we do it. That is a question which we need to answer. That's a question which we need to answer upon it. Without collaboration, there is no creation, and it is not what the software does. It is what the user is going to do it. It is not what the software does. It is what the user is going to do. So the teaching in the 21st scenario, when we want to adopt, it is not the question of PowerPoint presentation. It is not the question of video. It is not the question of massive open online courses. It is a question of how you combine all those things and make a learning more effective. I cannot put the video in the classroom. It may not be suitable. So the classroom doesn't need to be a 45 hours as we stipulated in the curve. We have submitted a model. So that according to that model, we have to work on it. So remember, understand, apply, which is lead to analysis, evaluate, and create. We all know the Bloom's taxonomy. Predominantly, we talk these are the higher order model, and this is the lower order model. So how best the lower order and higher order need to be taken into consideration? Is it a traditional which plays an important role, or is it a flip which plays an important role? Real lecture the teacher is delivering to everyone, and homework he is doing. But we are thinking the lecture could be watched at home and let them come to the class for more on discussion aspects. How to go about it? So the learning objectives, are they lowering at lower level? Are they providing a study material, assignments? But what sort of activities which they are going to do it, and is it going to be a complex and this thing? So book, videos and MOOCs, edX, Coursera, Moodle are available. Nomio, the Google form, we can conduct assessment and assignment, everything is there. So how best we have to go about it? So ultimately, we have to engage the learners. The learner need to get engaged by externalized demonstration with internalized learning process. How to go about it? Externalized demonstration with internalized learning process. So if you observe, blended means it is a combination of technological enhanced and the contact mode. So mostly online is there. It is completely online. It is completely offline. The blended is a combination of reducing the face-to-face and making this thing. Traditional face-to-face, there is no online component, and completely online, no face-to-face component. Blended is a combination. But when we want to adopt blended, we need to remember four important aspects. Is it going to be a substitution, augmentation, modification, redefinition? Because the transformation should lead to enhancement. If something is not measured, then the improvement is not there. The quality control policy. Same manner, if you want to have the enhancement, the transformation need to be there. First, substitution. Let the technology be replaced. That is a technique what we are adopting, the technology. Technology act as a direct substitute, but without any value addition. But the second is augmentation. The technology act as a direct substitution with a functional improvement. But technology allows for a significant task redesign. The technology allows for creation of new task which was previously inconceivable. So substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition is a predominant word which we use it, which we are going to adopt it, which we are going to adopt it. So we call it as enhancement and transformation. Enhancement and transformation. How this enhancement plays an important role. How it is going to transform the role. That is very, very important, which we are going to look into it. Enhancement and transformation. So where we have to work on it, whenever we use technology, the technology talks in terms of adrenal pumping. You remember, whenever we look into it, so we can see, observe the technological trigger. I can start using certain things, but over a period, I get peak of inflated expectation. Then comes a trough of delusion. I will get bored. Then slope of enlightenment and plateau of productivity I have to observe. That is very, very important. So it is a Edpuzzle or Padlet or Moodle which plays an important role. How it works, what are the ways and means through which you can operate. You might have seen across a lot of learning environment, how to go about it. What are the learning environments which you have? So first let us start with a Padlet. Padlet, how it could be used for blended approach, I will be covering. Before that, let me demonstrate the Padlet to you. Padlet I'm going to demonstrate. What do you mean by Padlet? Padlet is a tool which operates easily for this one. Is it I'm audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in between I got disconnected. Maybe I don't know what is the reason. Okay. So now let me share the environment. This is the Padlet wall which I've shared with you guys. So I request the participants, for example, the Padlet wall, I am putting it in the chat box. So This is a wall where we can provide the learner engagement. Suppose here I can type. Here I can type. Today I learned about blended. Or what I can ask the question to the participants. What LMS you are using in your classroom session? I can post it. So the participants who know the answer, they can type it. They can type it. It is going to be anonymous because I don't know how many participants are there. But I can make the participants to participate. Simply you double click on the link. Padlet.com Jana355/KIT Karpagam Institute of Technology. Because last week I was in Coimbatore only. 1 week I came to a college where we spent a very good time with Kandan Narasimhan sir and other people. It was a great. Last Saturday only afternoon I returned to Chennai. Afternoon flight was. So I request the participants to kindly type it. I am just putting it in the chat box, or I can put it in the slide. Is it visible? Visible? Is it visible?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. I request the participants to go to the padlet.com/answer the question. Thank you, sir. Unified platform. Padlet.com/Jana355/KIT Karpagam Institute of Technology. You can just type it. You can provide what LMS you are using in your classroom session. You can just put me. You just double click it and type it. Not a big issue. No one is typing. I don't know what has happened. I request the participants to look on, tell me. No one is typing. I don't know. Maybe live streaming. Maybe I don't know how many participants are also there. Also, I don't know. Okay. 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 Yes, someone has typed it below that MOOCs. Okay. Anonymously, no problem. Because LMS, MOOC is okay. MOOC, you can use it in LMS, but LMS like Google Classroom, are you using Google Classroom or are you using this thing like that? I just wish to know those aspects. Someone has typed MOOC. I don't know. Non-technical quiz. Non-technical quiz and everything. Okay, good, good. It is good, but I just need what sort of LMS? Sir, I'm in a class. I will call you after 12 o'clock. You can come. I have arranged the room. Okay, 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 okay. So, web apps quiz. Okay, no, you instead of typing here, you can also type separately. You can double click it and you can type also. Google Classroom, web apps. Okay, there. Okay, LMS I asked. Maybe that question was understood a different perspective. You can type like this also. No problem. I can rate them also. I can rate them something I can give. Okay, no problem. Okay, some people, 6 people, anonymously, but I don't know who has answered, but some people have answered. You have to remember, it is basically trying to provide the people to use it. Okay, they have given a big this thing how to go for the padlet.com. Janak AIT. Okay, Karpagam Institute of Technology. Sir has given very nicely. Can we repeat the Padlet address, Manoj Kumar sir? Manoj Kumar sir, Karpagam sir has given Karpagam Institute of Technology. They have given this thing. Okay, okay. Canvas LMS. Amazing, amazing. Okay, Canvas you are using. Okay. So I used to offer a program with Canvas, how to operate and how to, because if you want to know more about our courses, there are 42 tools I have discussed in our Swayam technology enabled learning one course we are offering. Interested participants can register for the course. I can provide the link in the chat box. I can provide the link in the chat box. Interested participants, you can just look into my name, Janardhan, and you can just technology enabled learning, a course which we are offering. Interested participants can sign in and they can adopt it. They can try to finish the course because this is the course which they can register it. Okay, course. I can provide in the chat box. I can provide in the chat box. Okay, I can provide something in the chat box. Okay, private chat. Okay, HOD. If the interested participants, they can register in the course. We are offering a course and which is started. Okay. Okay, the people are answered only this much. Maybe we can proceed to the next slide, and we can proceed to the next slide, and the people are not answering. Maybe I have to share the slide. Stop share, and I have to slide the PPT. Okay, I have to type the window. Yes, I am sharing the window. Okay.
So, continuing with the treatment of single variable searches, we'll now look at the Fibonacci search method. It basically works on the Fibonacci series. If you recall, in the last class, we wrote the algorithm for any number f of n in the Fibonacci series. The first number is 1, right? Okay. 1.
So here we have a part of a video which we have taken for our demonstration. We are not questioning the expertise of the faculty. They are eminent faculty members from the premier institutions. So this method is known as a talking head method. He teaches the Fibonacci series to the student community, and he writes in the board and teaches. It is a one form of a teaching the content. He is predominantly focusing on the content delivery. Content has been delivered to the students. Content delivery has been done. That is the first part. Second, we have also taken one more video from our famous national coordinator.
The limitations for the Fibonacci method. First of all, this method is an elimination technique. Elimination technique, that is another name can be said as the interval reduction method for solving, for getting optimal, for nonlinear optimization problem. And the basic necessity for applying this method is that, as I said, this is the basic necessity is that the function must be unimodal. Function means the function which I'm going to optimize must be unimodal in the given.
Amazing, amazing. So this is the second method, which we call it as a con-type tablet method. Con-type tablet method, we are writing it on a tablet. Con-type screencasting technique, where you are writing it and it gets recorded and it gets streamed. So the two methods predominantly focus on the content delivery. It focuses what is Fibonacci series, how it is used. As I told you, current generation, we have to focus on context, where we can use biomimicry technique. Observe from the nature. From the nature, you try to answer why it happens and what is the reason for happening such reason. It will help us to enhance the skill set appropriately. What are the ways and means? We can just think.
Imagine a growing plant having its leaf grown one above the other. There is a big threat for the life of the plant by such alignment of the leaf growth. The growth of the new leaf over the old one will act as a barrier for the sunlight falling over the leaf grown below them. Insufficiency of this sunlight will cause deficiency in the process of photosynthesis, affecting the food preparation of the leaf. Due to the curtailment of chlorophyll, leaf will eventually die. Then how the leaves are survived? What is the alignment of the leaf growth? Let's take, if a leaf grows in the angle of 180 degree, again the third leaf will be grown over the first, and again the same issue causes. And if it grows in the angle of 120 degree, the fourth leaf will again grow over the first, causing the same problem, will act as the barrier, and the leaf will die eventually. To find the angle of the leaf growth, Fibonacci series is used. Let's learn Fibonacci series. Let's take first two numbers of the series as 1 and 1. And adding of the first two digits as 2 will act as the third number of the series. Similarly, 1 plus 2 is 3 and 3 plus 2 is 5. Addition of the last two values of the series will produce a new value, and the series will goes on infinite, and this is called as Fibonacci series. There is another interesting factor about this series. If you try to divide the neighbor values in a descending order, the value will be very close to 1.618. For instance, if you take 55 divided by 34, the output will be 1.617, very close to 1.618. If you divide any larger number, the answer will be 1.618. The value of 1.618 is called as golden ratio. To find the angle of the leaf tooth, the 360 degree is divided by the golden ratio 1.618. The answer will be 222 degree. This 222 degree can also be said as 137 degree, where the 137 degree is called as the golden angle. Now let's try to arrange the model leaf in the golden angle which we achieved. The arrangement of the leaf will not overlap to other, giving a space for the sunlight to fall over the leaves below them. If you try to explore, the most plant around us are the trees or the flowers or the fruits are mostly grown in the same angle as the Fibonacci series. The Fibonacci series is also called as God's fingerprint. The Fibonacci series is not only limited in the growth of the leaf, it's also in many major issues. To understand it, we should draw the Fibonacci series in a geometrical structure. So let's draw a square and take it as 1 and another one next to it. The length of the two structure is 2 and square is drawn, and the total length of the 3 structure is taken as 3, and again a square is drawn, and the total length of the structures are taken as 5 and a square is drawn, and similarly 8 is achieved. If you draw an arc and connect the opposite sides of each structure, a spiral is achieved. It's called as Fibonacci spiral. From the shape of the snail shell, satellite image of a cyclone, and the shape of the galaxy, we can find this spiral.
So what we have seen is content to context. So now the current day scenario, the kids predominantly enjoy how contextual it is, how it has been connected to the context. That plays an important role rather than the content knowledge. So the main focus is not on the content. How you connect the content to context is going to get facilitated in the case of a blended and flipped approach. So how it facilitates and what are the ways and means it gets facilitated, we will discuss in detail in the today's scenario, today's class. Morning, we are going to see what are the theories which underlies between the fundamentals of blended and flip. So blended, we focus on blended approach. We focus on 2 major aspects. One is what we call it as what we known as the community principle, community of inquiry model, where we focus on how it operates and what are the ways and means it operates. So we are going to focus on how it's going to get operated. So that is a community inquiry model we are going to focus, and later on we'll focus on subsequently other aspects which we are going to focus on. First, let us start so what is blended? As I told you, it is a thoughtful fusion of face-to-face and online experience. And blended could be divided into 3 major models. So the first model, what are the advantages of blended approach? It provides opportunity for collaboration at a distance. Even when the faculty members are at distance, they can collaborate and they can provide an opportunity. It increases the flexibility in the class which we operate. It increases the interaction. It increases the interaction. It enhances the learning of the student. And it should provides a learning to be a virtual citizen. Learning to be a virtual citizen. So it provides opportunity. It provides an opportunity for collaboration at a distance. It increases the flexibility. It increases the interaction. It enhances the learning, and it makes us to learn to be a virtual citizen. And what are the way which the blended learning can work? Because through technological access, through design, how it operates through design, through safety and security, because we need to be very safety when we operate the blended approach. Skill development and support and training, because we need to remember the faculty members should have the skill, the students should have the skill, the entire stakeholders should have the skill to operate, and where we should have a support and where we should have also have a training component. And ultimately, we have to focus on the motivation. So the model which we are going to discuss is known as a community of inquiry model, which talks about engagement with the participants. When you adopt a blended approach, it is not I am getting engaged, I need to get engaged with my friends or with my classmates, with my peer learners. How I am going to engage? Engagement with the participants. Second, engagement with the goals and the directions. I need to work on how I need to align to my goals and the directions. Engagement with the content, because I need to know what is appropriate content, how I need to operate the appropriate content. That also I need to work on it. That is the aspects. So engagement with the participants, engagement with the goals and the direction, engagement with the content. So what we call it as a social presence, cognitive presence, and the teaching presence. Social presence. In any classroom, the students need to be very vibrant and they will be very happy to share what they do. Because if you see any kids, whenever any new people comes, they always feel happy to share what they know. But only in the classroom scenario, during the classroom, the students will do like this because they doesn't want to share what they know, because they feel the teacher might think something, the teacher might do something, all those things they will be taking into consideration. So how to go about it? Social presence. The second, what we call it, is a cognitive presence, because they need to engage with the right content. Because as a teacher, I might be knowing what is the level of the content which is suitable for the students. Sometimes if they learn over level, they will not be focusing on that aspect also. That is the second aspect. Third is a teaching presence. Teaching presence. Social presence, cognitive presence, and the teaching presence. The three things need to be focused on how we have to operate it. Engagement with the participants, engagement with the content, engagement with the goals and the direction. That is teaching presence. So where we have to support the discourse, where we have to set the climate, where we have to regulate the learning. So support discussion, setting the climate, and regulate the learning. Regulate the learning. Because as a teacher, I may be knowing what is the level of the students learn. So I can help them to regulate the learning. Because if they look into the higher level at the internet, they might lose the trend of interest and they may not continue learning also. So to stop all those things, I need to help them and facilitate them in regulate the learning. I need to support the discussion. I need to set the climate for the learning. The social presence, cognitive presence, and the teaching presence. Engagement with the participants, engagement with the content, engagement with the goals and the direction. When you operate all those things appropriately, the blended and flipped approach will be easiest approach. So this is one of the theory which we have to remember. Blended. Blended means where I'm going to make a fusion of face-to-face and online. And flipped is a subset of blended. The blended is a major. Flipped is a subset. So flipped is putting upside down. So the most of the classes, the students are doing homework at home and they are learning at the class. So there are certain content which they can look before coming to the class. We are not telling they have to do it at home. Not during our contact period. Let the contact period no need to be 45. We can scale down appropriately. Appropriately, we can scale down so that more flexibility is provided to the students in understanding the content. Understanding the content. It is not what we thrust upon it, it is what we empower upon it that matters a lot. So nowadays we believe learning takes place only by thrusting. I'm making it very open statement because the students are coming to the institute only for the attendance sake. If attendance is not mandatory, then the students will not be appropriately sitting in the classrooms. It is not the knowledge, it is only the few percentage of the people will be sitting for the classes. So it is not something which we have to thrust. When you feel thrust, it gives a suffocation. It chokes them. It may not help them to learn. The learning has to be the conducive environment. Learning has to be the free system. So our best learning need to be structured. It is engagement with the participant, engagement with the content, engagement with the goals and the direction. How to support the discussion, how to set the climate, how to regulate the learning. Social presence, cognitive presence, and the teaching presence. That three we have to focus on. Engagement with the participants, engagement with the content, engagement with the goals and the direction. Social presence, cognitive presence, and the teaching presence. How to operate upon it. How the educational experience need to be focused. So whenever we have a content, we need to group the content into 6 major categories. Are they learning a factual information? Are they learning a visual identification? Are they learning a principle, concepts, rules? Are they going to learn the procedure? Are they going to learn the performing skilled perpetual motor act? Are they going to have a desirable attitude, opinions, and the motivation? So there are 6 major aspects which we have to work on it. According to the 6 major aspects which we have to operate. Learning a factual information, learning a visual identification, learning principle, concepts, rules, learning procedures, performing skilled perpetual motor act, developing desirable attitudes, opinions, and motivation. That is very, very important. So learning factual information, how the facts and figures they have done, learning visual identification, learning principle, concepts, rules, learning procedures, performing skill. We will see one by one. So, but when we group the content accordingly, we have to remember, are we going to have the awareness? Awareness should lead to the consideration. Consideration should lead to the adoption. Adoption should lead to the innovation. Awareness, consideration, adoption, and innovation. Awareness should lead to the consideration. Consideration should lead to the adoption. Adoption should lead to the innovation. So which we have to work on it. So how effectively we have to use the videos in the classroom? Because it is not the question of making a video lessons and making it to the audience. How best I have to make the video lessons. But when it comes to the flipped classroom, as I told you, video plays an important role. Massive open online courses. Massive open online courses. As Clayton Christensen has told in his book Innovate University, the disruptive technology in the field of education is MOOCs, massive open online courses. In such scenario, how to go about it, how to operate upon it. That is very, very important. How to work, because there are n number of resources are available to operate upon it. OER Open Courseware, Open Learning Initiative, OER Commons, Academic Hub, Video Lecture, Einstein. So now we will see how we have to work on it. Before looking into the multimedia principle, because this and lesson planning I will be covering in the afternoon session. Before that, I will focus on one more aspect, how best we have to make our videos engaging and entertaining. That is very, very important, which we have to operate upon it, So, based on situation, we will be working on it. So let me go to a website known as edpuzzle.com. Edpuzzle.com. Okay, screen is visible. Okay, it's not visible. I have to stop sharing. Share the tab. Okay, I am just signing in. I just signed it in as a teacher. Suppose, for example, I have different classrooms, and each participant. For that, 36 participants were there. Out of 36, 27 participants answered my question. I can just look into the student's mark. Okay, oh, Vijay Kumar Arsha. 3-minute video he has watched for 6 minutes. You can see 2 minute videos. Because it is not the question of making a blended and flipped. It is also looking into the learning analytics to make it effective. That is very, very important. It is not adapting blended or flipped because I should know how the students are engaged at watching. So I have to make a video based on 6 categories. As I told you, are they learning a factual information? Because last week when we came to Coimbatore, 1 week we were there. on resilient pedagogy and assessment reforms. This is one of the tool we covered, and 4 more important tool for blended approach. But resilient pedagogy. Resilient pedagogy, what we mean is coming back to the natural situation. Before pandemic, our teaching learning was different. During pandemic, our teaching learning was different. And after pandemic, how to mix these both together, we call it as a resilient pedagogy. And assessment reforms, how to set the question paper, everything. So what we did, we made a point of setting a question paper. So how best we have to make the point and how to operate it, everything. We have told in detail. We have told in detail, that is it. So we have to just look at it, what are the ways and means which we have to operate it. So that is the advantage. So let us focus. The students, when I've given the video to watch, not during the classroom, either not during the contact hour, they might come to the class. I'm not asking them to watch at home. Let them go to home, let them enjoy their life. Let them prepare for higher studies, let them prepare other skills, let them do anything. But the 8 hours, let them be very effective in learning the content. That is enough. If they have been very effective in 8 hours, it helps them to acquire the graduate attributes, all the 12 listed graduate attributes. So what I did, I made the students to watch. I am just observing how many times they have watched the video. So I can see this 3-minute video, he has watched only 3 minutes, but he scored 20. Here, red mark, he made a mistake in this question. I can see the next candidate, Vinu Vishi. So 3-minute video, he has watched 3 minutes. Okay, good. He never watched. Kamal, we never watched. And the Kamal, one more ID, yes, you see. And Ajit, he has watched only 90% of the video. 3 minute. 3-minute video, he has watched 4 minutes. You can see he made a mistake. Is it visible, sir? He made a mistake in this point. So he was thinking, what mistake I made? I made very clearly. So he watched that video 4 times. He has watched. You remember, he has watched the video 4 times. Is it clear, sir? Because when he looked into the red color, he made a mistake in that part. Then he went back. What is a mistake? Watch the video. Watch the clipping. To get a clarity whether he made any mistakes or not. That is the reason we are making it. So the purpose of this thing is not only to make them to watch the video, to listen to our lectures. It is also to focus on how many times he has watched, where he has made a mistake. All the learner analytics I can understand. Learner analytics, completely I can understand. That is the advantage of this tool. So how to use this tool appropriately, which we are going to see after the lunch, after the 12 o'clock, I have other meeting. So because I was not clear, because when they sent an email, I thought it is a one session which we have to deliver. Then later on, only in the morning, I came to know that it is a full day session. That is the reason. So because generally I schedule a lot of works on Saturday at office, because it's a day where I can spend more time with my research scholars. That is the day which I come. But I didn't. So that is the reason I told this thing. So such learner analytics is possible. So learner analytics is possible. You can see 4 times, 2 times it is possible. Here, can you see? He has watched a 3-minute video, 5 minutes he has taken it. So 3 times, 2 times. Then I can see what is the reason. What is the reason to operate? Everything I can just see. And here also 3-minute video, 3 minutes he has watched. Okay, perfect. 3-minute video, 3 minutes. He didn't watch 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. He didn't watch. Okay, 3 minutes he has watched 4 minutes. Yes, he has watched twice and twice. Maybe last I asked her cleverly all the area which makes the Kerala's the God's own country. Afternoon we will see one. You can see the 3-minute video. The candidate is watching for 7 minutes. 7 minutes. So like that, because there are some tools and techniques are available which makes the learner engagement, not only just giving the purpose, but also giving certain aspects. What all those aspects? We will look one by one in detail after the 12 o'clock session, because 2 o'clock session, because we will operate what is the fundamental behind it. So we should know what is the fundamental behind it, how to operate the fundamentals, everything we should know, and how to operate upon it. Everything we will see in detail, so that we will be happy to work on it. We need to be happy to work on it. That is the advantage which we are going to operate it, because otherwise it is not possible for us to operate it. Okay. So that is the way which we are going to operate. So which we will do one by one, and which we can operate accordingly. Is it clear, sir? Is it clear? So I will recap once again. The learning is not the product of teaching. Learning is the product of the activity of the learners. In the blended approach, we predominantly use the community of inquiry model, where we ensure in the blended approach the social presence is maintained, cognitive presence is maintained, and the teaching presence is also maintained. The social presence, what I mean, it really promotes the students' peer-to-peer learning, where we try to regulate the learning in the cognitive presence and teaching presence combination. Cognitive presence, I try to connect engagement with the content, engagement with the participants, engagement with the goals and the direction. Because sometimes the content are very heavy. I need to teach them this is the content. Okay, sometimes we might get misleaded by the title of the situation. So we need to know what exactly it focuses and what exactly it operates. So social presence, cognitive presence, teaching presence, engagement with the participant, engagement with the content, engagement with this. We grouped the content into 6 major classification: learning visual identification, learning factual information, facts and figures, numbers, people, all those things. It is mostly on recall and this thing, which is on remember level. But I need to focus on learning procedures, learning principle, concepts, rules. Learning procedure is different, learning perpetual act is different. Perpetual act is I need to focus on what all the possible way which you can do error and how to rectify it. If you are already possess the basic skills, how to enhance the skills, that is a perpetual motor act. And in terms of affective domain, attitude, motivation, everything. For example, there are several subjects as there how to focus on motivation and other aspects. If you cluster everything appropriately, then the blended and flipped approach is going to be the pleasant. So blended is nothing but it is a fusion of face-to-face and video mode of teaching learning process. How best you are going to make the fusion? If the fusion is not appropriately structured, then the blended is not going to get the success. If you make everything online without any interaction, then also it is not, because you have seen the 4 poll when I conducted, you saw learning environment. Collaboration discussion is the second thing, you remember. So collaboration discussion plays an important role. How best I am going to collaborate, how best I am going to discuss. That matters a lot, which we are going to discuss in detail. So all those aspects with some models, some learning principles of Richard Mayer and with Edpuzzle, we will see in the afternoon session at 2 p.m. If you have any questions or doubt, next 5 minutes, I will open the session for the participants' questions if they have anything, or we will see at 2 p.m. So over to the participants and coordinators for question and answer session, please. I request the participants to ask questions, please. I request whether the participants are having any questions, kindly just check this. Any question and answer session, sir?
There is a question, sir.
Yes, sir.
What are the pedagogical activities we can conduct for our students?
What is it? Because basically, I will tell you, these days the students learn predominantly by activity-based learning, sir. What sort of activity? It needs to be structured up depending on the content. For example, yesterday I went for a compliance audit for NBA. When we are looking into it, I have seen in the classroom, the current day scenario, still you are focusing on teaching the procedures alone in the laboratory. Don't focus on teaching the procedure. You teach the reason behind the procedure. If the parameters are varied, how the properties are changing, that you can teach it. To put it in a very simple manner, suppose if you are going to make a idli flour, flour, because Coimbatore is very famous for Annapurna sambar idli. Suppose if you want to taste the Annapurna sambar idli makes a crux. Suppose if you are going to make a idli, the procedure of idli you are going to teach to the some batches of students. Let them be in group, nothing wrong in it. Let one batch learns how to make a idli with white rice, with urad dal, some proportion. Let it be some proportion you are teaching. 3:1 or 1:1, some proportion you are teaching it. Second batch learns the same procedure, how to make a red rice with urad dal. Third batch learns the proportion with more proportion of urad dal, less proportion of rice. And fourth batch, and fifth batch, sixth batch, each batch we are giving a different combination. They are going to soak, they are going to grind, they are going to bake the idli. That is standard. Procedure they will be learning. The ingredients we are varying. Based on the ingredients, the quality of all the 8 idlis or 10 idlis, 10 batches of idli, not one and the same. The students are made to comment what made such things are there. Suppose it makes the students to remember the importance of variables in any experiment procedures. For example, most of the student doesn't know why we have to do the temperature correction. Suppose if you take any glass of milk, if you take a cold milk, that consistency will be thicker. The same milk, if you boil it and take it, the consistency will become thinner. The molecules get separated, the molecules become closest and temperature closes. So you have to remember how best we are going to structure the activity. So is it going to be a product based or problem based, or it is going to be activity based, anything? The genres are very different, but I'm making it clear, satiate their appetite. The students are really hungry in knowing the things, but it ultimately depends upon how you orchestrate the content. I told you Fibonacci series. The Fibonacci series you can conduct everything. But nowadays, if you go and watch the plant, oh, you see, oh, this is the Fibonacci series. We made small video for Fourier transform. We made a small video for statistics. How the things works out. Because it makes the students to evergreen and remember what is the fundamental behind these things. It makes them to feel for it. That is the advantage. So we don't want the students to just to remember the content by definition. We want the students to remember the content and along with the context. So the pedagogical activity cannot group it as such. As I told you, it depends upon the content to contents. So we made a reflective thinking in two different, because for example, civil and mechanical engineering has a different way of comprehending the things in abstract concepts. Whereas electrical computer science, there are a different methodology to comprehend the abstract concepts. So how best you orchestrate for each discipline is a teacher. He should know the fundamental. So fundamental cooking you should know, fundamental teaching you should know. Then you can adopt anything. Then let the Western people give any name Western or outcome-based education. What is the fundamental definition of outcome-based education? Our own old Gurukula system is outcome-based education. It is not something new. Learning time is different. Learning is fixed. Learning time varies. Differentiated instruction. What in our Gurukula system was taking place? And you are telling of graduate attributes. What was there in a boarding school? So all the same, the Western culture is of a different genre. That is we call it as a decolonization of curriculum. Don't have the mindset, because one of the speech recently I had, to take only 400 grams of Italy, this much chutney. No need. Don't make it. When you feel hungry, you take it. Have some phase, 8 hours once that food, that is good. But if you make a systemized one, it may not operate. Students are not like a mission, because they were living with the missions. They want to make everything mechanized. McDonald's will be same in Coimbatore and Chennai, and also in China, also in US. But we are not going to make such things. But human beings are not same. When I taught Chinese people during my stay there, they are a different way of observing. Bangladesh people different. Indians are different. US are different. So human beings don't operate the same model. You as a teacher, you have a complete control. Enjoy your teaching. These are the content. 45 hours, no need these days. We have a different programs. Last week in Ishwar, the people there, we told our flight is at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, we have to be in airport, 4 o'clock flight. So the people till 1 o'clock they were showing, so see our videos, because we believe in hands-on practice. We never believe in delivering a lecture alone. I want the people to operate and make it. Assessment reforms means they have to set the question paper and show me. Previously, they were thinking, creating a question, create level, evaluate level. Evaluate is not evaluating. We are asking the students whether you understood how to do the evaluation. Understanding level. So don't worry about all the pedagogy, because basically you believe the students need to get what you're teaching. They are all human beings. They are not a machines. You cannot standardize this thing, but you can differentiated instruction is possible. That what you have to know how to operate it. And if you know what is the best to make more interactive is engage them. Because the students first, you should feel the warmth of the comfort. There are some students which the students are more interactive with some teacher, they are not interactive with other teacher. Because as a teacher, my role, I need to provide the warmth of the environment, warmth of the feeling, so that the students should feel. Even if they ask, because sometimes what happens, the students might think I am asking a dull question, dumb question. No questions are stupid questions. No questions are dull questions. It's a question which arises in mind. As a teacher, my duty is to. For example, if my daughter is asking any question which I don't know the answer, the next day I come and tell to my colleagues, my daughter is so brilliant and she is asking several questions. But the same when my student is asking such questions, when I'm not in the position to answer, I will not be open enough to tell to my colleagues I have the student has asked such questions. I may feel embarrassed. So don't have such feeling. Let the students ask whatever be the questions related to the content, and you provide the proper breeding ground in terms of motivating. I have seen some teachers who motivate the students asking questions in terms of giving some small books of from Vivekananda Math or anything. Motivate them, because the learning happens by motivator, and learning takes place by targeted instruction. If you are not providing the feedback with a targeted manner, then the learning takes place. The things which are not provided feedback, it is not going to get improved. So you have to provide feedback. It has to be targeted feedback. I hope the participants learned the basics of blended and flipped. We will cover in detail in the afternoon session at 2 p.m. Okay. Thank you very much. If you have more questions, you can just mail me also. Afternoon, we can meet at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent coverage on the topic and for inspiring us. I request everyone to join for the afternoon session by 2 p.m. Thank you.
Paramika?
Every day holds the possibility of a miracle. The secret of getting ahead is getting started. Words may inspire, but actions create change. A very warm afternoon to all. We welcome you all to this afternoon session.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can we start, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to the participants. Let me join to you with the afternoon session. Morning we stopped with this slide. Okay. So quickly we will recap what we've discussed in the morning. As we have discussed, the blended is a fusion of online and offline, where you're going to make a combination of online and offline. Accordingly, we are going to work on it. When we work on it, we have to focus on what it has to be. So basically, we have seen it is a best of online learning with the traditional, the best of the nation to the rest of the nation. We call MOOCs as a best of the nation to the rest of the nation. That is a concept online education now focus. So if you are focusing on the certain skill set, you will be trying to work on, will try to work on or will try to operate to the rest of the country. So best of the online with the traditional teaching. Individualized instruction and progress monitoring is via computer or with the daily transmission. So we before the break we discussed about one of the tool Edpuzzle, where I have showcased the importance of the online this thing by showing you a video how my learners has discussed. The learner statistics have been discussed in detail. In detail, we discussed the learner statistics. That was advantage what we had in the morning session. So blended learning is basically more appealing to the visual learners, because when you're adopting to the class, we have to see what sort of a learner characteristics is there. Are they visual learners? Are they auditory learners? Are they having a reading ability more? Are they kinesthetic learners? In such situation, the concept of the learner is identified. Accordingly, we have taken. It is basically very good for the visual learner, great for the visual learners. And it is geared towards enhancing your critical thinking skills. When it comes to the skill set, you should remember how it operates and what are the ways and modes through which you can operate. It basically going to enhance the critical thinking skills. And also we have to remember it is continuously challenged for every student at their own level. Because suppose if I didn't understand, here I have shown you the video. Some people have seen the 3-minute video for 3 minutes. Some people have did for 6 minutes. Some people have did for 4 minutes. Some people did for 5 minutes. I don't want the entire classroom to follow my pattern, because I told if you have observed for me, I need to look into it the content second time, no problem. Let me look the content second time. Continuously challenging every student at their own level. For example, to put it a simple way, long back in the year 2004, when I was staying in US, I was listening to one of the very famous song of A.R. Rahman. So in that it was the Vellai Pukal Amaidikagave Malaratume. But for the first time when I listened, I was listening it as Vellai Pukal Amerikagave Malaratume. Why America it has to blossom? I was wondering what the flower, why the flower should blossom in America. Later on, after second time, third time, because now I was listening to that chess Olympiad of the song which the A. Rahman. I didn't listen what he is telling till today. I didn't understand because Vanakkam Chennai, they are telling. But what's the word? Because the beauty of any language, it is in the way in which you make the pronunciation or the syllabi. So that is patented is very, very good. Pattern is very, very important. So that gives the essence of the feel. You remember that what tone and what mode you are going to deliberate it. But I was listening to the first time, Vellai Pukkal America, why the right flower should blossom. After listening to second time, third time, I did, oh, Vellai Pukkal Amerikagave Malretumeva. Okay, my God. So, if I'm listening in this song in the entire classroom, one thing I have to go, I didn't get what he is singing, or I have to take it in a wrong manner, or if I am doing alone, I had a chance to listen to the song second time, third time, and I can operate. Classler kanda. Interactive learning for every student at their particular level. Interactive level learning at their particular. Allow students to do work at their own speed and ability level. And finally, foster length of time and task. Therefore, students learn to stay focused for longer period of time. So this is the advantage of the blended learning which you have visualized, and it cultivates reciprocal learning strategies so that the students can apply the problem solve online lessons or online learning skills are being transferred to the classroom learning. So this is more towards interaction and innovation. So what blended learning is not, because I told you in the beginning of the slide, it is not developing the videos alone. It is not watching the video as a homework. It is a proper blend. Even in the classroom sessions, I made the students to work individually, watch the computer. We call it as a rotation model. So how to make it? It is an effective way where you can maximize teacher direct instruction. So let us consider the 4 factors for implementing successfully this one. First factor, select a technological tool that adopts the student's ability, each ability. That is very, very important, because what will happen, each student is having their own pattern. So accordingly, we have to appear. Otherwise, it will not make it this thing. So first, we have to see what is the factor one. How select a technological tool based on the ability of the student. Can I make it customized? It's not possible, but I have to find a minimum level of tool which all students are comfortable, which I have to make it. But that's a factor one. So the core objective of blended learning is to personalize instruction to meet the specific. For example, when I offered a program on blended and flipped approach for 1 week, so first day I used to focus them how to upload the assignments in the Canvas and how to operate Canvas. I used to teach them. The reason is the rest 4 days, if they want to be peaceful, they should know the first day itself how to operate the Canvas and LMS. So invest substantial time in selecting the tool and also empowering the students to use the tool. That is a factor number 1. Factor number 2, instructional student should capture student data. You remember when I've shown the Ed puzzle, it captured, because simply if I ask them now, if you are working on streaming, in StreamYard, I have observed several advantages and several disadvantages also. I don't know how many students are watching my this thing. Are they interactive? Because in Google Meet itself, I have a chance to interact with them. So it all depends upon how we operate and what are the modes and things which we operate. The instructional program should capture the student data. That is a gap number 2. If the blended approach is used in the class and intention to help each students and improve the skill set, that it must be recorded and monitored and provide the students progress easily, which we have to be very clear, because I have to provide the skill set of the students easily. That is a factor number 2. Factor number 3, it should recommend the next step for the teacher, because if the students are spending several times on the second 2 times of same particular point, so either the content in the video is difficult or the content need to be relooked it or restructured. That is very, very important. So the data the structure receives on each student's skill areas helps to provide direct instruction and intervention on more on individualized level. The data helps drive the instruction. You remember, simply giving a blended classroom is not going to be. Based on the data, I need to see how my students' learning ability is there or learning capability is there. Factor number 4, the program should provide resources for teacher-led instruction. What the data which you have collected, it should give a variable which is planned for the classroom session. Because I asked the students to watch the video and come to the class, and they made the watch the video in the previous class. They are coming to the class. I should know how much time the minimum students have taken. 3 minutes if they have taken 6 minutes. I need to throw more light on the content. And if predominant people have made the answer wrong in the first instance, maybe there is some difficulty. All these things I have to look into it, and accordingly I have to make the technological program that provides strategies for direct instruction is invaluable for the students and their growth. So ultimately, the blended incorporates adaptive technology, which I can adapt and adopt. Real-time progress monitoring, it is also possible, and provides recommended next steps for the teacher to customize instruction for each student. Result is a powerful combination that helps students become more targeted, time efficient, and effective in improving the students' overall ability. So there are 4 different models, completely virtual, because we did for one Kerala group, Kerala College, in the June 2020, blended and flipped approach. It was a successful course, 1 week program I coordinated, where we made them to prepare a lesson plan. And they were very, very happy. After that, we did several programs with them. The reason is, so the faculty members are completely empowered. After some time, I met one of the faculty in another program. He told, sir, that when I was working in that college, it really helped me a lot. The reason is, it is completely virtual. Virtual means the classes are completely online from home or other location. Student is not required to attend any classes in the physical school building. School building means college building. Second, rotation. Rotation means what we call, suppose in our PG class, 15 students are there. I make certain content to watch them during the classroom. There is a computer room. They have to individually sit with headphone. They have to discuss and then come to the lab classroom where they have to discuss. Because sometimes if I ask them to watch from home, they are finding it difficult. During the 45-hour session itself, I made them to watch, think about it, then reflect in the classroom after watching it. Because you might ask, I can show it in the entire screen, but it is not feasible. We studied. I studied with more than 800 participants. We studied. When you throw something in the entire screen, all their attention is not same. The effectiveness is not there. But when you give the individualized system with the headphone, the effectiveness is increased a lot. The attention is increased, where their focus is much better. So we have to remember. The flex model or blended learning is where the LMS is used to deliver the instructional content and activities. Student can learning at their complete at their own pace and choice in online activities allows for differentiation. Students learning is supported by face-to-face instruction that varies based on the data. The teachers are useful flexible grouping to provide differentiated activities. That is the advantage. That is the advantage. Flex model. Then flipped classroom, that is a blended classroom where the projects, everything at home also they have given instruction accordingly. We have to be asked to do it. So this is the way the blended classrooms are structured and classified accordingly. But when we prepare a video for the faculty members to use it, we have to be very careful. We cannot prepare the video as such. We have to know the fundamentals of preparing video with the Richard Mayer's 7 principle. First principle, what we call it as a coherence principle. Coherence principle means where we have to delete the extraneous material, which I am going to show you. Second one is signaling principle, where we have to signal highly essential material. For example, the newspapers you might have seen, they highlight the title of the paper, the important news, because it highlights, it attracts. That is the signaling principle. Third, it focuses on redundancy principle. Focus on 2 channels for delivery, where we will be focusing on 2 channels for delivery. The fourth is a segmented principle, which breaks into learner phased part. So where we will make the segmenting small pieces, a bigger model which has been made into smaller pieces, so that the students will be in the position to munch over it and to make a more time for reflection. Because a learning without reflection, learning without assessment, or learning without reflection will not result in the quality improvement, will not result in delta X change. Hence, learning always plays an important role. Learning should occur with the certain aspects. So that is the second aspect. Second is signaling. Third is segmenting. Third is redundancy. Fourth is segmenting. Fifth one is what we call as temporal principle. Present word at the same time with the corresponding graphics. Suppose graphics is there, you are putting the word at last, then it is not going to create impact. So it has to be parallelly done. Sixth, it is going to be personalization principle. Use conversational language when you make a video. Don't take automated message. Automated voices is not going to create impact. It is going to be conversational language. Seventh principle is voiceover rather than the automated voice, because use natural voice rather than the automated voice. The personalization principle, conversational language means, because suppose when we are teaching the classrooms, it should not be so much poetic or it should not be so much verbose, which should not create a confusion to the students. Normal, colloquial, how we will teach the class, the same manner let the video be there. When we prepare a material for online teaching, these 7 principles need to take into consideration. So coherence principle, signaling principle, redundancy principle, segmenting principle, temporal principle, personalization principle, and voice principle. First we call pump lessons. Suppose when the pump is and pushed up, I'm just the piston moves up, the inlet valve opens, outlet valve closes, the air enters the lower part of the cylinder. Then when the handle is pushed down, the piston moves down, the inlet valve closes, the outlet valve opens, air moves out through the nose. This is the text which I have given. I made the participants to understand, but I asked them to draw the diagram during the contact-based training program. Even if I give I'll ask the people to draw the diagram. You can upload it in Padlet. Padlet is still there. Karpagam Institute of Technology, that kit. Jana 355 Padlet. It's still available. So if you want, you can do that. But what happened when we given the text written sentence alone, if they made it bigger, it was not appropriately structured. Because if you observe, then if you show this picture, then they were easily grabbing, oh, this is the way when the handle pushed down, the piston moves up, this outlet valve close, inlet valve opens, the air enters into the cylinder. When it is pulled going up, how it is there. Once again, when you push down, the inlet valve opens the top-let valve, top one opens the lower valve, and automatically this goes. So this is the way the things work out. So this is what we call it as a second principle. So we made a video also. a study because how far the pictures alone get into the mind of the people, how the video creates an impact, how the sentence alone is creating an impact. We studied the different demography of the people, and then we observed how it is going to be there and what are the ratings. It really played an important role. That's the way we just did. So that is the second aspect. So the coherence principle, what we tell is whenever we make it a point, the pictures has to be very clearly it is there. It is very coherent. But because what happened here, it confuses because the people will never get what we are going to discuss. So signaling principle, as I told you, the title which is going to capture the attention. So when you're trying to write a headline or trying to make a caption in the picture or the video, try to attract the things with a more emphasis. That is what we call it a signaling principle. Then, and say third, as I told you, the signaling principle. So where though methodological deliberate activity, it signals. So it really creates a more impact to the participants. So, and then we call it as a temporal principle. When we talk, it has to be there. Suppose if you are giving a list of points and then we are asking the student by this image, below the image we are giving what is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It may not have that much intact when compared to the original. This is the original which we have created. So we have to remember, so the image when we are writing it, image when we are making it, it has to be the title of the image has to be appropriately placed so near to it. That is a very advantage which you have to remember. So it should be like this rather than what we have seen previously, because where it has to be explained appropriately. Instead of giving the list with the images 1, 2, 3, it is not going to create impact. Each image below itself, the approximate captions are put into place in a record. It will really facilitate the students to learn rather than giving a 1, 2, 3 and the 1, 2, 3, what are the corresponding pictures down, because it might tend to make mistakes by both the teacher as well as the practicing engineers. So the personalization principle, as I told you, personalization principle is making more towards your original informal voice. No need to make a automated or verbose statement. Very simple language. Even the less mortal among us should get into the idea of what we are discussing. No need to make the things complicated. Very, very simple, very, very different. Okay, that you have to remember. And then comes the, as I told you, other. So these 7 principles, if you appropriately used in preparing the video, then it becomes a perfect match. It becomes a perfect match. So when you're going to do micro lecture, demonstration, course announcement, orientation, introduction, overview, or assignment overview, feedback, these things are going to be a part and parcel of your blended approach, where you have to introduce the class, or you can make the students to learn before coming to the class, summing up with the overviews, summing up with the orientation, course announcement, demonstration, micro lecture, assessment, and everything. It has been pictured. So when we adopt the blended approach, make a short activity for 1 to 3, let the students have the learning activity. Once again, let them come for a collaborative activity. If this cycle is followed in a sinusoidal manner, then the teaching learning model will work out very simple, because no need to put all the expense together. This semester, this what we are doing in a segmented manner, if you do it, it has to serve the purpose, because the entire unit, we are not going to cover it entire format. Unit 1, unit 2, unit 3, unit 4, unit 5, what we have to cover at a segmented manner, which will provide a basic document which will be really useful to the students. That is what we are meaning. So micro lecture, or very short activity, or active learning activity, or collaborative activity, mainly completed outside the class, or progress reporting, which we have to do appropriately at appropriate instance, which you have to carry out. So there are several learning material tools are available, starting from mind map, because when you prepare the blended classroom, it is more appropriate to prepare the mind map. When you prepare a mind map, it is easy for the students to comprehend where this content is more appropriate to use. That is the advantage of mind map or concept map. This concept map, and which will lead to the developing videos and developing other learning resource materials. There are a number of tools, a number of open resources are also available, open education resources, where you can just focus on OpenStack, OpenSunday, Galileo, Merlot, which provides a complete picture of the teaching learning process, how to do the assessment. Because as I told you in the classroom also, when I made this thing, first one is a learning environment, second one is a collaboration discussion, third one is a learning material, fourth one is the assessment. So portfolio, formative, Jeopardy labs, Ruby Star for qualitative assessment, sometimes Art Potato, everything is for the offline classes, which you can do it because which will really facilitate in making the things in a superb manner. Formative, Hot Potatoes contains quizzes, crossword, and Jeopardy lab, Ruby Star, and everything. Because that is it. So growing student organically is the responsibility of the teacher, which we have to understand. So before going to the next slide, I will make the students to focus on what exactly the purpose serves the purpose. Because Edpuzzle, we have started with Edpuzzle, somehow we stopped at Edpuzzle. So now let me go with the Edpuzzle once again. Edpuzzle once again. So this is a slide which you might be listening, which you might be obtaining. It is visible, I think. Why it is not visible? Yes, it's visible, I think. Yes, okay. So now what I will do, let me go to the new content, how to create new content. So what I told you first, you have to open an account, and we have to prepare the this thing. We have to prepare, go to as a teacher. First I have to add account, discover the account. So let me put in Coimbatore Smart City, because I've seen several colleges, they are working on this thing, Coimbatore Smart City. Okay, there is a 4-minute video. Let us take the Coimbatore Smart
City. Coimbatore, also known as the Manchester of South India, is renowned for the manufacturing of motor pump sets. Coimbatore lies on the western part of Tamil Nadu, bordering the Western Ghats. Coimbatore Smart City Limited. Coimbatore was selected in the first round of the Smart Cities Challenge. Area-based development.
Coimbatore lies in the dash part of Tamil Nadu. What I did, I can edit the assigned video. So I can, what I did, I created a video. Accordingly, I was working on it. I created this video, and maybe since I have already created this thing, it is coming like this. I'll show you how to create. For example, let me take in YouTube. Coimbatore, any video is coming. Coimbatore Smart City is Janardhan Ji, I only created. So I don't know. Okay, let me go to YouTube. And YouTube, I am just selecting Coimbatore. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, one video is there.
Introducing Duracell Chota Power, perfect for your remote. It gives you 1 year of power for only 20 rupees per cell. From home or together, we will keep celebrating all year long. Duracell Chota Power.
Okay, I am copying this video. I am coming to Edpuzzle. I am just putting this video in the search. Immediately the video appears. When it came, I can either crop it. I can crop the video. Okay, I can crop the video. Okay, I can crop the video. The beginning I can crop. In the end also I can crop. I can make it. This possibility is there. And then I can give a voiceover. How I can give the voiceover? Since it's a YouTube video, I cannot give the voiceover. Suppose if you have uploaded the content, for example, one of the video I have uploaded the content where I have given the voiceover. It is possible. Voiceover English movie, we can give a Tamil voiceover. You can prepare in English, you can customize in Tamil language, or you can put it in certain things, because certain things always it's easy for us to comprehend from the mother tongue. So what I can do, I have copied and I have put it in the system. So that is second one. Second one I did voiceover. And third one is a questions. So I am just watching the video. In between I can create a question. So the thing is, I watched the video. I can go and I can crop the video, because this advertisements I can crop. I can make the students, because the students cannot watch. Okay, with this I can end, and I can voice over. I said, and questions. This is the power. Ranked as seventh best city in the East. So I can ask Coimbatore was ranked best city in India in the ease of living index. Something I can just put it to just check whether the students are fifth, sixth. I can ask the question. I can ask seventh. Seventh is the answer. I can save it. So one question will come. The people have to answer. Like that, I can create a question. So here I can ask a question. Okay, after this, railway station, oldest railway station in Coimbatore is located at Podanur Junction, Pollachi Junction. I just simply I'm writing. I'm for you. I just to show you there exist, and city and city in city. Simply I'm putting. Okay, this is the right answer. So in between, periodically, I am reinforcement in the form of a checking the questions. World's one of the largest museum for car is situated in Coimbatore. Yes, no, I can ask. In local language, Coimbatore is known as Kovai, Cheranadu, Malainadu, like that. Simply I'm thinking Kovai. Okay. The main purpose what I wish to show is the restaurant which is pride of Coimbatore is Annapurna, Mahapurna, Swarnapurna. Okay, Annapurna. And I can also provide the, here we are seeing Isha Yoga. Isha Yoga somewhere we have seen, no? Here, Isha Yoga. Here I can provide a notes by the students. I can get into their web page. I can copy their web page. I can provide notes to them. I can provide in the form of a link. I can provide in the form of an image. I can provide in the form of a link. I can provide. Click here to know more about Isha Yoga. Okay. Or you can give audio response also. The participants, if they want to know more about Isha Yoga, they can learn it. Okay, like that. Once it's completed, I can finish it. I can assign this thing to any of your Google Classroom if you have, or any LMS. You can see you can assign to Google Classroom, you can assign to Microsoft Team, you can assign to Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, everything. Or you can even create a new class in the Edpuzzle itself. I can make this class. I can assign to all. What it means by assign to all? Suppose when I have a classroom and I have a video, I have observed only few students are not reading properly. I can prepare a certain videos. I can give it only to the particular students. As I told you, differentiated instruction is possible. Individualized learning is possible, which I can make the things to wonder. So then I can assign it. Once I have assigned it, I can go even in live mode. If I start live mode, I can give the students, I can give the connectivity to the students. This is the class code. The people can copy. For example, if you are there, you can copy and you can come to the, I think they are watching the video. Huh? The screen is visible, no sir? What all I did you have seen, no sir, till now? Okay, hopefully you might have it, I don't know. You guys are watching the screen? I hope you are watching the screen. Okay, I don't know. Okay. So what you can do, you can watch the video and completely you can work on it. That is the advantage. That advantage is there, which will make you to understand exactly how the things are structured, how the things are orchestrated. So that is advantage of the this thing. So the participants they have to work on it. If I can exit the live mode also, because the students can work live mode, or I can copy the link. I can invite the students. I can invite the students by copying the link. I can provide it in the chat box. So the people, if they click it, they automatically get joined in the classroom. Once they get joined in the classroom, I can see who are all the students joined. Like that, I have seen these are all the students have joined, everything, at what time they have joined, and how is their progress. Everything I can monitor. Everything I can monitor. I can monitor the complete details of the students, and I can download the grades, download the progress. Everything I can download it, and I can see completely the what way the course has been structured. That is the powerfulness. As I told you, the blended classroom is not the question of how what showing online video alone. It is a question of how you are going to orchestrate the video. That matters a lot. So it is a responsibility of the teacher to have the blended classroom appropriately. And if you want to have a blended classroom, make the students to watch video or read reading material. Anything. Either they have to watch or read reading material. They have to actively participate in the discussion forum, assignment, quiz and questionnaire survey, and proctored examination in the change project. I hope this lecture would have engaged you, might have entertained you, or it might have enriched you with the new learnings. I hope the participants kindly make the outcome. I hope it has been outcome is achieved.
Hey, it's me, Destin. Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. You've heard people say it's just like riding a bike, meaning it's really easy and you can't forget how to do it, right? But I did something. I did something that damaged my mind. It happened on the streets of Amsterdam, and I got really scared, honestly. I can't ride a bike like you can anymore. Before I show you the video of what happened, I need to tell you the backstory. Like many 6-year-olds with a MacGyver mullet, I learned how to ride a bike when I was really young. I had learned a life skill and I was really proud of it. Everything changed though when my friend Barney called me 25 years later. Where I work, the welders are geniuses and they like to play jokes on the engineers. He had a challenge for me. He had built a special bicycle and he wanted me to try to ride it. He had only changed one thing. When you turn the handlebar to the left, the wheel goes to the right. When you turn it to the right, the wheel goes to the left. I thought this would be easy, so I hopped on the bike ready to demonstrate how quickly I could conquer this.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Destin Sandlin. First attempt riding the bicycle. So faster I go, better. Yeah.
I couldn't do it. You can see that I'm laughing, but I'm actually really frustrated. In this moment, I had a really deep revelation. My thinking was in a rut. This bike revealed a very deep truth to me. I had the knowledge of how to operate the bike, but I did not have the understanding. Therefore, knowledge is not understanding.
If you observe, as on today, now I have given you what is blended classroom, what is flipped classroom. You are having only the knowledge, you didn't have the understanding. If you want to get understanding, you have to implement blended learning and flipped classrooms. There are specialized programs which we offer for 3 days and 5 days, which you can attend and you can enrich your knowledge, where we give several worksheets and exercises, how to prepare blended learning activities, how to prepare the group the content, how to prepare the charts, everything. So getting information from the internet is like taking a water from the fire hydrant. You have to be very careful, but using technology successfully in the classroom is a mindset. It is not a skill set. You can debate it's a right way, wrong way, it is immaterial, but you have to remember it is our future. So if you have any questions or any doubts or any unanswered issues, you can ask me now. Thank you very much for the organizers to inviting me, and sorry for the inconvenience, because today I planned for other activity in the afternoon. That is the reason I was not known whether it is full day or half a day. And the email also, maybe it is my error which I might have skipped. But yesterday email, they told it starts at 10, but it never told out what time it ends. So that is the reason. Thank you very much. Let's get connected, and this is my contact details. If you have any questions or any doubt, anytime you can contact me. We will be very happy to assist. Thank you very much. Thanks to the participants for prayerful listening, and over to the organizers for question and answer session, please. Any questions, sir? I don't know. No one is asking me questions. Other people are there, or I am only there? Any questions are there, sir? Feel free to ask me. Hello, participants. यार में लिया. Hello. 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 Hello.
Sir, hello.
Sir, யாரா இருக்காங்களா சார்? யாருமே இருக்காங்க.
லைன் இல்லீங்களா சார்?
இருக்கு லைன்ல தான் இருக்கிறேன். யாருமே இல்லையே. இருக்காங்களா?
ஒரே செகண்ட் சார். சார் ஓகே சார். ஒரே செகண்ட் சார். ஒரே செகண்ட் சார். செக் பண்றேன் சார். ஓ ஓகே சார். ஓகே சார். நான் வந்து சார். லைன் இருக்கா சார்?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Any questions?
Yes,
okay.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, I finished the session. If you have any questions, I ask them to contact. But that's it.
Sure. Varunika?
Yes. As quoted by Abdul Kalam, sir, teachers are the backbone pillar upon which educations are converted into reality. The purpose of education is to make We are very grateful and thankful for your time. Thank you for capturing the event so perfectly. Now I request Dr. T. Associate EC Department to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to extend the sincere gratitude on behalf of Karpam Institute of Technology. First, I would like to thank today's chief guest and resource person, Dr. G. Janardhanam, Professor, Civil and Environmental Engineering, NITTT, or the teaching methods by blended and flipped mode of teaching. Thank you very much for allocating your valuable time towards enriching our mindset. It's been our pleasure to have you here. I would also like to thank our management, principal and vice principal for providing time, space, and motivation to organize such a wonderful faculty development program. I would like to thank our Department of HOD, faculty members, and students of Department of ECE for their valuable assistance in organizing this event. Finally, I would like to thank all the participants, and I hope everyone signs in their career by incorporating the techniques you learned in this activity. Have a successful career ahead. Thank you, everyone, once again. Okay, so thank you very much, sir. It's been our pleasure, and we are very happy. And the session was very much wonderful, sir. And it was a very informative. And personally, I have learned a lot from this session, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. For the participants, feedback link will be mailed to you in the registration mail ID you have registered, and fill the feedback, and certificate will reach you within 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you.